Bonjour et bienvenue à la deuxième journée des LUMA Eco Days. Hier, on avait l'honneur vraiment de recevoir le sommet des algues pour la première fois dans l'atelier. Je suis Maria Finders et je suis
Atelier LUMA. My name is Maria Finders, and I'm the artistic director of Atelier LUMA and the LUMA Eco Days. I would like to say a couple of words on behalf of our chairperson, Maya Hoffman, and I quote, "I've been involved for years in protecting nature, and I've been carried forward by my commitment to restore nature insofar as possible and whenever possible." So I conceived LUMA Arles and the Parc des Ateliers as a locus for creative development and sustainable development, where every person can express ideas, act, and contribute to matters of collective interest. End of quote. And that's why we created the LUMA Days here and the LUMA Eco Days. Today, we're looking at something absolutely fascinating, which is new practices in building. Why is LUMA interested in new building practices? Well, it's because when we say building with nature, what we mean is building like nature. And we combine and superimpose different practices that are interdependent. But if we look at the topic and the broader picture, the beginning, if energy and resources were unlimited and easy to access at any time and forever, we wouldn't be here today to discuss the matter. So, in the beginning, what we're talking about is resources, and these are always limited, but ideas aren't. In building and in the construction business, we need to make ends meet. What we're going to do this afternoon is look at something at which Arab is also aiming at, and it's EMC2B, which stands for energy, matter, climate, carbon, and biodiversity. Of course, the construction business has a heavy impact on the environment, and figures speak for themselves. Already in 2014, the construction business generated the largest part of waste, with 227.5 million tons of waste. So it's not only a matter of waste produced, it's also a matter of transport and a matter of renewing the practices in business and the idea we have about the territory and how we understand the future. So we also need to understand what we mean when we say eco-sourced materials. We talk about bio-sourced and geo-sourced. We talk about locally sourced materials and regional materials. So today what we have is this idea of sustainable development, where locally sourced materials are not the only ones. So we have to think of the fact that if we talk about locally sourced or bio-sourced materials, it needs to be real. If we talk about industrial production of materials, they also have an impact on the environment. So here I'm with two of my colleagues, Fanny, Guiol, and Daniel Bell, architects at Atelier LUMA, where we are right now. Atelier LUMA was set up in January 2017 to work with LUMA on territorial research, and they're working on a project called LUMA. And this is particularly relevant because we have one last building we're renovating here that is larger than 40,000 square meters. So we're also going to have Rachid Mizrahi, a craftsman and artist, and we will have two experts in the matters of buildings in transition, and I'm talking about Nicolas, Guignard, and Sébastien Duterrage. But let's go back to square one. This is a conversation we launched a year ago already with the architectural firm BC. BC stands for Brussels Corporation. So at BC, we have architects working on different materials and studying their different specificities. So I'll give the floor to Laurent Bekemans, one of the founding partners. There are four of them. Laurent Bekemans have actually shared with us many new ideas on how to renovate buildings and how to go further using local materials or eco-sourced materials. Lawrence, you have the floor.
Merci Maria.
Thank you, Maria.
Cette belle introduction.
Thank you for your very kind introduction.
Je vais partager mon écran.
I'm trying to share my screen with you.
Donc en fait, là j'ai 10 minutes, si j'ai bien compris.
I know I have 10 minutes to tell you about what we do. And what I'm going to try and do is to put things back into a general perspective and that of Atelier LUMA. Plot 8, Lot 8, which means Plot 8, is the project we carry with Assemble in London and that we're carrying with Atelier LUMA. The project is a project for renovating a building at Atelier LUMA, which is located in the former Magasin Électrique on the Parc des Ateliers. The purpose of the project is to stay as connected as possible with the region, the city of Arles and the territory around, not only in the way it operates, not only socially, but also in architectural terms, using local resources. The project was launched less than a year ago. What you can see here are the 4 scale models with a ratio 1 to 50, and these 4 scale models were designed and put together during the residencies at LUMA Arles. Plot 8, or the building we're renovating, the former Magasin Électrique, and the project has several parts. One of the parts is the shell and core. We need to renovate what exists. We're going to isolate the building or insulate it on the inside with bales of straw. Also have a coating made of lime, and we're going to reuse, insofar as possible, or keep as much as possible of the existing structure. What you can see here is that the building has 3 areas inside, one that is left as is. It's the more experimental space. And then there are 2 spaces. One, the long one, the vertical one on the slide, is the working space for Atelier LUMA, where they hold workshops. And in this space, we focused on having a frame made of wood and fiber panels, acoustic panels made of sunflower and rice straw. What we did for this project was use fibrous materials. The second space or area at the bottom is for the labs and the office spaces of Atelier LUMA. And for here, we use materials that are made of rammed earth. 3 areas, 3 spaces. Each one of them has its own identity and specificities. And what I think, what we have today, sorry, I interrupt myself to say here, you can see the scale models in the project. This is for the space where there's more earthen, rammed earth elements for the supporting elements. And on the left-hand side, you can see the structure that is made of wood, timber.
avec des éléments naturels.
And you can see it's blue, and it is dyed or
En fait, ce qu'on voit ici,
with indigo
c'est
blue.
les résultats de ces résidences, mais c'est surtout un dessin qui
This has been
qui est
done during
développé
our
à partir,
residencies, local residencies, and this was based on a drawing and a mapping, of the ingredients and available local resources.
La première chose que vraiment on a essayé de faire avant de vraiment commencer le
The first
dessin,
thing
on
we
va
try
dire,
to do before
c'est
starting
vraiment
with the
de
blueprint
mapper et
is to
comprendre
try
quels sont les
and map
ingrédients, quelles
the
sont les
different
ressources
resources,
dans
local
la région
resources, and
avec laquelle on
see
pourra
how they
travailler.
can be used, could be used.
La première chose qu'on a vraiment essayé de faire, c'est vraiment voir
The
le
first thing we
bâtiment
try to
aussi
do
comme
is to
une
look at the
carrière,
building
comme
and see it as
un
a
endroit où on peut
experimental
récupérer
quarry or
de
something that we could use as a resource element
quand on
and
parle de
use
première
existing
phase, shell
material
core,
and
donc le
the
bâtiment
deconstruction.
existant, on va isoler la
When I
toiture,
said the first phase was
ça
shell
veut
and
dire
core,
on va
well,
enlever
the idea was to
les
insulate
tuiles, on va
the roof,
récupérer presque 80%
remove
de ces tuiles. Les autres
the elements
tuiles,
from
on
the roof,
va entrer dans le marché de récupération comme ensemble.
remove the tiles from the roof, and this in cooperation with other organizations such as Carré, they take used material that they recovered from deconstructed buildings, and then for the remaining 20%, we use the material that cannot be recycled is going to be reintegrated into insulation material with straw. And during the residencies, we looked at all of the resources available locally. I'm going to talk about all the different elements.
Sorte de chaînage ou de renforcement dans le pisé.
The rods and parts were going to be used in the rammed earth. And we used rubble from quarry, and not even rubble, but dust. Stone dust is seen or considered as waste, and we thought it might be interesting to see how this could be reused in coating and also in rammed earth. We tried to develop something new, and this is something we're testing today. We are reformulating our rammed earth to make it more typical of the region. Instead of buying clay or a mixture of earth and straw, we try and see if we can use the local elements and make rammed earth out of local elements. We also use sunflowers. We use the fiber of the flower. They can be used in or for acoustic insulation or coating. Rice husk can also be used. It's also an interesting material for insulation, for acoustic insulation, but also to be used in coating. Sand is another element. There's a sand quarry nearby. The sand is excavated, is washed, and what we get from that is clean clay. We try and integrate the residue in the production of rammed earth. Algae. There's quite a large algae production in the area that could be used in some coating materials. And I think that's very interesting, but it also requires quite a bit of research upstream.
néanmoins, il y a aussi des matériaux qu'on a dû aller chercher
We
plus loin.
have
Par exemple, du bois,
materials
le
that we
secteur
had
bois.
to source
Aujourd'hui, on a un bois qu'on
somewhere
a
else. What
retrouvé
we
au
have
Jura,
today is a type of wood
qui est quand
that is
même à
found in the
400
region of
kilomètres.
Jura,
Il y a
Jura in
aussi
the northeast of France,
certains
400
panneaux
kilometers away.
qu'on développe pour la zone avec
There
le
are
secteur bois.
other panels
Il y a
we
un élément, vous voyez en haut, en fait,
develop
des
for the
flèches.
region. You can see
C'est le
at
lien
the
pour
top,
développer
on the
ces
top,
sortes de biolaminats
or at the top of the
qu'on
slide,
trouve
there
pas ou
are
qui, ces
arrows
entreprises
which
aujourd'hui,
indicate the areas where we source
collabore
the
et en
material
train
that
de
we don't
chercher
have
pour
locally. And these
faire
are
des
companies we
biolaminats qui ont un
collaborate
lien
with to have
qui est
biolaminates.
biologique, qui est biobasé, avec lequel on essaye en fait de développer ces matériaux.
And we're trying to
Donc,
develop new
je pense que
materials with
cette
them.
carte, je ne vais pas repasser tous les éléments, bien
I'm
sûr,
not
mais je
going
pense que
to
ça,
go
c'est
into too
quand même
much
quelque chose
detail and run
qui
through the
forme le
different elements,
début
but I think this is the beginning.
du dessin.
This is
C'est
the
vraiment
stepping
comprendre, ok, c'est
stone
quoi
for
tous
the
les
blueprint.
ingrédients
Okay, we
qu'on a
look at the
à
list of
disposition
ingredients that we have
et quelles sont
available, the different
les
elements, natural
ambitions, les
elements,
possibilités avec
and what
ces éléments, ces
we
ressources.
could possibly
Le
do
mélange de
with those
biosourcés,
resources,
local,
which
mais
are
aussi de récupération.
either local or material we recover from
Ici, plus
deconstruction.
en détail, donc à
Here,
partir
in
de ces
greater
ressources, bien
detail,
sûr, il y
what
a
we
une
have
sorte
here
de recherche, de
is a bit of
prototypage,
research and
pendant nos
prototyping
existences, dans laquelle on essaie de comprendre
that we
quelles
do
sont les
during our
possibilités de ces
residencies at
ingrédients,
LUMA Arles to
quelles sont les
see what
possibles
these
recettes,
different materials can be used for,
que ces ingrédients avec
how they can be combined, how they can
de ces
be
éléments, avec quelles recettes
reformulated,
on peut arriver à développer pour, par
and
exemple,
how
les
we
enduits.
can use them to develop coating, more
Ici,
different
on
types
voit
of
des
coating.
éléments pour les enduits acoustiques.
You can see
Ici,
here
c'est les
for
enduits à base
soundproofing
d'algues, quand même quelque chose
or coating
c'est rien de nouveau, je pense, mais par
material
exemple, les enduits
made
d'algues, c'est
with
quelque chose qui
algae
a
or
été utilisé
algae.
anciennement et
This is
toujours
something they
encore
used
dans
to
les
use in the
pays
past,
asiatiques, comme aussi dans
and
le
it's
Japon.
still used in
Et
Asia
vraiment, ça,
and
c'est
Japan in
la deuxième
particular.
étape aussi partie de ces résidences, c'est vraiment prototyper, comprendre
Then
un
the
peu
second
ce qu'on
part,
a
or the
sous nos
second
mains.
step
Bon,
we
après,
carried out during our residencies
ici,
is
on voit un peu
prototyping.
les tests pour le piser
You
avec
see
des
the
cannes,
tests we carried out
qui
for
sont
rammed
utilisées pour
earth
renforcer.
with a reed
Pour
used to
après,
reinforce the
après
rammed
cette
earth.
période de prototypage,
And after we've done the
qui nous
prototyping,
donne une bonne idée de
which gives
ce
us
qu'on
a
peut
rough
utiliser,
idea
bien
of
sûr,
what
il y a
we
des
can
tests
use,
avancés pour définir la
we
reformulation, la
conduct
formulation finale
testing
de ces
for the
matériaux.
final
Ici, on voit les
formulation
tests
of the material.
qu'on est en train de faire pour
This
le
is
piser,
something
par
we're
exemple.
doing
Un pisé
for
qui est
rammed
mélange
earth to try and have
poussière
a
de
rammed earth that
carrière,
is made
un argile blanc
of
qui provient plutôt de la
quarry
région du Drôme.
dust,
Et
white
donc
clay
voilà, c'est jamais bien sûr aujourd'hui, on n'a
that is
pas un
sourced in
100%
the Drôme
limite
region.
de 5 km, radius de 5 km,
Of course,
mais vraiment
not
c'est
all
on
of the
essaie
materials we use come
arriver vraiment à avoir quelque chose
from 5 kilometers
lié à la
away,
région.
but still we
La même
try and
chose avec
remain
les
as
algues
local as possible.
Donc voilà, je pense que
Likewise with
j'essaie un peu
algae
de
and all of the other
contextualiser d'où
elements.
vient
So
le
I
dessin aussi,
try
je
to
dirais.
explain
Parce que le
how we
dessin de
worked and
projet,
what we
c'est
did and how we
important de comprendre
conceived our
d'abord un
project
peu
because it's
les ingrédients, les ressources
interesting to
qu'on peut
understand
travailler
how we
avec.
work, what the ingredients are, and where we
Merci,
source them.
Thank
Thank you, Lawrence. Now I'm looking at all of this and it makes me think of the project we had at Atelier LUMA. We worked with the map from the beginning. It would be interesting to compare this with Nicolas Guignard's presentation, and he's going to tell us more about local material in the PACA region. Fanny and Daniel, I wanted to ask you a question, you two, before we move on to our next speaker, Rachid Mizrahi. When you launch a project like this one, an architectural project, are you used to working with this kind of, or these kinds of material, or is it the first time?
I'll answer in English, but it's not so much a question of the type of material, it's more the question of the kind of mode of working. So it's, I mean, always in architecture, you sort of work from the, you might start with a sort of concept, it'll develop into a plan, and it's almost at the end of that process, you begin to add materials to that, you know. So this sort of is reverse engineering it. So you look at the region first, and you look at what's available. So you're sort of led by those things rather than led by some idea of abstract concepts developing into a plan, developing into a kind of finished building. So it's really a rethink of the entire process. So, but that's not really common in architecture. I don't know if Lawrence wants to add anything to that.
Fanny?
Oh, I'm going to add a couple of words, says Fanny. We talked about the resources in the region and resources in terms of material, but we also have another type of resource, which is human resources. When we said that we looked at what was available in the region, we also looked at what were the skills and know-how available locally. Sometimes they were lost and forgotten about, and this is something that we tried to reintegrate at Atelier LUMA. Local knowledge, local know-how, local skills. Talking about human resources, I would like to give the floor to Rachid Mizrahi. We talked about, being an artist or being a craftsman or being both, and Rachid is here with us, and he's going to tell us more about it. And he has been really inspired by local resources. Rachid, how do you feel about this, about your role as a craftsman or as an artist? And maybe you want to tell us a couple of words about intellectual property rights when you develop new types of material you work with, and what applies to the commons or common goods. And then we're going to talk about general interest. Rachid, you have the floor. Good afternoon. My approach is several-fold. When I work with clay and work with rammed earth, my formal training is as a craftsman, typically with lime and working with raw earth, raw clay. And I'm not going to tell you about my biography, but over the past few years, what I successively did and worked on is work with different artists and try to create new materials made with earth to meet the specifications of different other artists and their requirements for their project. This is an example taken from the Venice Biennale. We had to have a block of earth that would not disintegrate with the rain because it was to be left outdoors. This is another project. I don't know whether I'm supposed to follow the slideshow, but anyway, here's another example of a shell or shed. And I tried to develop some kind of earthen concrete. It might sound strange, a combination of words, but we wanted to make everything with earth. Rammed earth is used, or is made and used in many parts of the world. So my work is mostly a type of work of a craftsman, but also of an artist, with different elements, combining clay with different types of fiber, types of straw, and turning them into rammed earth. Maybe I'm going to ask my colleague to run the PowerPoint to show the next slides, because this is something that you built for the train station in Nîmes. And I think you revisited their urban furniture. No, you can't see that photograph in this slideshow. What you just mentioned is my latest project. I worked on that with Lionel Jarmanson. And that was, we used quarry stones, and we worked with other artists from Arles. We responded to a call for tenders issued by the Nîmes metropolis for the high-speed train station. They wanted rammed earth urban furniture, and you can see it. It's like a serpentine that runs through the main hall of the train station, and it is made out of earth, a combination of rammed earth and lightweight earth, or alleviated earth. This conglomerate is something I developed, that combines quote-unquote alleviated earth and rammed earth. We're going to try and find the picture to show our viewers. Now, what about intellectual property? When there is something like a new type of process, or who would be the owner? Who owns the intellectual property rights? Because many people say, well, there's no owner because it's just nature. But there is a designer. How do you feel about that? Well, in an ideal world, it would be ideal that all ideas could be shared freely and that techniques and processes might be shared freely and openly. But then again, we're not living in an ideal world, so as an artist or as a craftsman, my colleagues and myself are always happy when we benefit from the acknowledgement of what we've worked on, discovered, and what we practice. Of course, it's a fine line, and it's a trade-off between two things, of course. This is an issue that's going to be raised again later on this afternoon, most probably. Here is the example what you produced for the railway station in Nîmes. We're going to have representatives from Arles, and they also built some, they were responsible for building the train station in Nîmes with no rubble, no waste. I would like to give the floor to Nicolas Guignard now, because he sent us an interesting slide this morning on what can be used here in the region. Nicolas is part of an association called EnvirobatBDM, 800, an association of 800 professionals who work together, and 289 businesses that are part of the association. Nicolas Guignard, over to you for EnvirobatBDM, bâtiment de la Méditerranée. And you might want to show us the table that could have helped us when we started our project. Nicolas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Foundation to give us the work association of professionals in the building trades and development, aiming in the Provence region to promoting all these issues related to sustainable development for water, energy, comfort, health, and of course, on that of materials. When the association was set up, the biosourced materials is the basic message we want to carry. We launched a development called Fibra Terra. We were quite fortunate to get an award for the biomass program in 2019, carried by the Regional Council and the Ministry of the Environment. Now, as part of this scheme, we carried a diagnostics of different bioresources, or biomass, we could say, out there in the PACA region. We can see on the slide we're quite fortunate to have resources, deposits which are quite large. If you look at the first line, we got timber production, which is not very large compared to what's happening in other countries or in northeast of France, which could be increasing with volumes reaching 300,000 to 350,000 cubic meters per year. At the present time, we got a production of 150,000 cubic meters for all that is related to the farming industry. In our remaining three bioresources, which have a real potential out there for development through zero straw, or with the two rice bale and rice straw. We have a total production when you decide on different types of uses out there. We cannot, of course, use all the resources for building trades, although in our case we're convinced it's great for recycling purposes, as was recalled by Maria. The building trade generates a production of a lot of greenhouse gases, and because of the climate changes, carbon sequestration, recycling is very important and predominant. Looking at the right-hand side column for the three bioresources, we have tonnages which are quite large. That's the theory. In practice, we're far from using 30,000 tons of wheat straw in building trades. We want to use all these resources. We're working with all the networks, with all the players and participants to remove all the obstacles to the value chain from production down to implementation. There are many about biosourced materials. When you're talking about short routes where we're using it directly between the field and the job site. Less the case for rice straw. We have a make of insulating panels using industrial products which follow more conventional distribution channels. We have a producer of rice bale which can sell every year 2,000 tons of rice bales. Other resources are low, and we have cork in the department of Var with production which are lower. 150,000 tons of cork. You got 50 tons, which may be used in the building trade because the best recycling of cork is for stoppers, and lower quality cork is being used. Also, for 2 years, we've had a production of hemp in the Camargue with a great growth and great outlook for hemp, with a production in 2020 of 60,000 tons, 70 tons of hemp. Two-thirds is the stem producing granulates for bulk and insulation, and for fibers, 1/3, which is not used at present time in building trade. It is for textile industry. It could also be recycled in the building trade. We got other materials which right now have low level of maturity, where industries do not exist yet. The spelled einkorn or lavender straw, but we have a high constraint, which is the fact that straw is distilled. Once distilled, it is very humid and wet. It is hard to be used in recycling. Also, we might have wool, sheep wool. There is a deposit out there, but right now constraints to process it are also very important and very large. We're building. Other resources were identified, such as the cane in the province region. They're not assessed, and the recycling industries are quite inexistent. So much for the bioresources. Now, we also have other materials, which are geo-resources with earth, stone, as was said, and let's not forget all the materials which could be coming out of the recycling process. We have a project out there for a cellulose wood plant, which could be using cardboard coming from household waste. It's also bioresources coming out of a second life. Thank you, Nicolas Guignard. We're going to talk about this with Réal de Carré on all that is reuse, recycling, which is a large part of the business. What about from the field to the job site? Sébastien Détourage from the APT Association for promoting ecological techniques, and since 2002, you have a role to play to train people, but to get together the whole system from the field to the job site. It is a complex matter. We don't have the right planning sometimes. You're right. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Exactly. We're going to collect what we have around the job site, local materials, to try to implement them on the job site. And we do this, let me share my screen right now. Could you possibly speak louder and a bit slower?
No, slower.
J'essaie de voir, ils me font moins fort.
Moins fort, d'accord. Okay.
Moins vite. Excusez-moi.
Okay, good. Okay, fine. Now.
On est dans le live.
Okay, now.
Donc,
now. Let me share my screen. Do you see? Yeah, we can see your screen. No problem. Now. Perfect. Now, quickly, we're working on energy. Basically, energy savings, that's why in the building trade we're working on materials, local materials, because they consume less energy, little energy, and they are effective. And basically, we will help the companies support and train people who want to implement these materials on the job site. Support in terms of supervision. Now, we're developing eco-materials industries which must be processed or organized differently, and we will implement this on public procurement markets, with reintegration markets, public places, public buildings. It is more complicated because of the standards. If we can do this, we can do this on other buildings. We talked about the IP, what we're going to experiment, what we're going to invent or improve upon. It's open source. There's no IP. It's on the site, on the website, which is a reference on which you have a lot of technical data sheets, online courses, and videos. Let me show you some slides of materials we're going to be using in the region, in the PACA region. We're using a lot of Camargue products. We're using earth in terms of bricks, working with a reintegration site called the Association des Villages in Cavaillon. They're making these bricks, the type of bricks used on lot 8, not the same size. That's the compressed cardboard bricks used in many job sites and in public procurement. Of course, earth coatings. Out in the field, we used raw materials we will process and improved upon, mixed with a lot of other materials, straw, sand, to be usable. We got different color stones, different aspects on straw, bale, and other supports. We're using also einkorn, and reed from Camargue. We're using a lot of reed from Camargue. We may have a lot of fun with the earth coatings. We're using, of course, is insulator, wheat straw bale or rice bale, which is adapted to this use. For lot 8, this is what will be used. It could be on a job site or done in a workshop environment. Local woods, the local timber, be it for the shelling core. We're working with the Luberon Park. Cedar wood, okay, as a mat. We use this as a cover work using lavender straw, a rice bale for what is horizontal. We're the first to use it with the Association du Village and Bâtir en Balle. We are implementing this with machinery, lavender straw for the flooring, for the walls. Okay, lavender straw bale, and of course you've got a lot of natural paints, local pigments, ochres, vegetable pigments, a lot of materials which you can use, earth-based, potato-based paints. A lot of recipes are to be found on our website. So much for a few pointers and examples of materials which may be implemented and used. Basically, we adapt to the job site, trying to organize all this because it's so good to have the materials. How we gonna use them? How can we mix and match the materials, and also how to organize them? How do you source them? It's a problem for the lot 8 jobs. How are you going to organize and find the right people, the right craftsmen to use them? There's a lot of organization to be had, which guarantees the job site. You have the best technique, the best materials, but it's not yet. It is not, calling the guy and getting delivered. If you go back to the issue of IP, it's all open source as far as we're concerned. Our true added value is really expertise. It's all there, what we're selling, expertise. Trying to duplicate as much as we can, because the more people use it, the more they will develop, the more we'll get more work, and the more this will help everyone on board. That's we're going to continue this conversation on the training programs, but now let's go back to talk about and look at a few points, not only in terms of materials, but also what about the birth of the project? How the project was born, Fanny, Danielle, and Laurent, and now Sébastien. What is a new project out there? How do you make it work? What about the tenders? How are you going to talk to a craftsman? What you're asking for, to know who's going to be part of the game plan? Nicolas, how is your network? You've got a lot of SMEs and craftsmen, I guess, and larger companies in your network. We're going to be talking with the CFA also, which is training people for Saint-Gobain workers. How do you align things? Who is ordering the stuff? LUMA is placing orders for that kind of process. How do you carry it out? We got quarter of an hour. Let me get the ball rolling. We're quite lucky to be a foundation which is private. We're looking at the public procurement markets, but also we can work with people with what you want to work with. Basically, we're trying to adapt our methods to open up the spaces for cooperation with people we identified with whom you want to work and collaborate. We're quite lucky to really do it openly and freely and easily. That's not part of a public tender. This will be the case with the plan. The renovation or relaunch planning, yes.
Dans le projet de L'8, c'est
In the project of
c'est
Lot
un peu
8,
plus
it
compliqué
is
parce
more complicated
qu'on développe
because
le matériau, on doit construire le
you've got to
matériau
build the
et on
material,
doit faire
develop
quelques
it,
formations
and train people on it,
sur le chantier.
on the job site.
Il y a trois,
You got 3 levels,
il y a 3 filières.
3 industries involved.
C'est plus compliqué.
It is more complicated. Laurent, when you started in other places, Laurent, you have involved the training program. We're talking about work accounts or training accounts. Sébastien, are you going to be part of this kind of approach? We did not preconceive the materials. You know, you're working and you're doing something. You're inventing while working. I don't know. Laurence, you want to respond? Well, we introduced the training courses. That's the idea of it being important to show, raise the awareness of people about these materials. Today, we are working in a kind of silo. We want to open up this world. Training courses are important because you have very little references or standards in the world around these techniques of construction. Therefore, it's important to introduce to the process these training courses and workshops for people to gain expertise. And as Sébastien said, such techniques don't have any method of use or SOP in these buildings. We must contact entrepreneurs and skilled people to develop together a project or a drawings and constructions. And what's possible today with Atelier LUMA, as Fanny said, it's not a public procurement market, so we're quite fortunate because early in the process, in the drawing phase, you can discuss and talk to companies, entrepreneurs, and contractors so that details are being hammered out together. Sébastien, you want to take the floor? Well, as to the materials to be used, techniques to be used, things are not common, although some are becoming common and standard, like earth coatings or what have you, or straw, but they're not common. They're not usual, so it's an occasion to train people on the job site, to train people, people who are looking for a job, getting people in, and that's the occasion to train people on the job, but also people from the outside to disseminate the techniques. That's interest for us in this job site. The buildings are going to receive a lot of people. We're working with a lot of individuals, but you know, now the interest is that the building will be received, receiving a lot of public. It must set an example in implementation and set a standard. It's important for us to do this. Indeed, that's the size of the project, which is primordial, and which turned it into a case study You got 2,300 square meters, 2,000 square meters in the project with all the bells and whistles, the roofing, thatching, shell core, what have you. What I want to see with you, Rachid, is you're talking about the 10-year liability, civil liability. What we're delivering today, maintenance may be put in public. What about the 10-year liability for the gardening? Was it a call for tender in order? It was a call for tender for the Nîmes station. We responded to the call for tenders collectively. We responded to this call for tender collectively, including the artisan making the formwork, laying the large structural elements, carrying large stones. I was in charge of earth works. I can respond quickly to IP in sharing expertise. Again, I am for sharing expertise. I'm myself a trainer, and I took part in a lot of training courses. Therefore, I developed this material, which is quite specific, innovative. I'm aware of this. I'd be happy to open up to provide knowledge, but I need to know that this research work, this inventions, I want to know and be assured that this will be disseminated and shared and recognized. There's nothing exceptional. It's true in every field of endeavor. You want to be recognized and rewarded. Although it's okay for nature to use biosourced materials, but what about recognition of the inventor? True, it is when you talk about this, I said Atelier LUMA's is not using new materials which were never used before, but rice straw in a wall is quite different. Design is enhancing a given material using the eyes of the designer to do this. Nicolas, what about all your members right now? How are the members responding to create the small companies? You must invest in small companies. How do you see the opportunities out there for the next 3 years? Well, I'd say also, as to the people listening to us, we're spending time now deconstructing received ideas. You know what I'm talking about on biosourced materials. There's a lot of received ideas and prejudice. At a time, we have eco-builders 15 years ago. It's a very mature market. You got increasingly more materials having certification coming from industries disseminated throughout France. You've got the case of the material coming from the field to the project, from the field to the job site, only part of the biosourced material. At the present time, several schools using wood frames. You got housing going up to R+6, using hemp concrete for insulation. You have a lot of public buildings. We don't have any certification. At the present time, you have a job site ongoing in the Guiol department of a school whose school will be isolated using formwork filled with bulk rice bales. We have no certification for rice bales, but you have places that are motivated, owners who are motivated and contractors who are motivated in Arles. If you have skilled parties, you'll find solutions to bypass the lack of certification. We're working on a daily basis to convince the owners and the prime contractors to draw that you got possibilities out there, including in public procurement markets. We have a guide called Public Orders and Biosourced Materials. The ministry put out a guide to the same topic, so we have tools out there. You've got experimental projects. You can go further. That's what APT is doing. We've seen Sebastian's pictures where it's a town hall, that was built based on participative collaboration. This cannot be brought into every contract, but for biosourced materials, it's a fact of life. Let me convey the message. The level of maturity is quite high, increasingly good. They're available, and you can respond to challenges which are very, very urgent to solve when you're producing several millions of tons of rice straw. I can tell you when it's burned, that's really bad for the environment or for the health. So rather than leaving the rice straw out there, it's logical to recycle it, to use it for insulation purpose. That's carbon, which is stored and trapped every year. For wood, it takes years to get a tree. Well, that is farming products. You have carbon, which is stored every year. And this meeting the climate change is, to me, a must to motivate more of the people and use the bioresources in the building trade much more. That's quite important, what you just said, sir, with the idea that you're producing eco-materials like meadows and hills with the little houses. If you can change the building trade, that's the buzzword. Let me give you the word. You're an activist, Laurent. You're an activist. You want to change the building trade, how buildings are being built, Laurent. So what about the next 3 years, Laurent? Is Belgium different from France? France, in Europe, I guess, and networks are more widespread in Belgium. Circular economy, which is getting more important over the last few years, helped the biosourced materials market, especially in Belgium. That helped because this was related to an economic boom. It was very important, and within our design offices, 10 years ago, from a design office, we have a design production of materials from excavated earth. The position of the architect in Belgium is quite militant because of the importance of showing and developing the market of biosourced recycled products. So this will become increasingly important in the built environment. We are living a transition. Today it is speeding up with the COVID-19. Today it's an urgency, and this will help developing these products and using the materials not in isolation, but more easily as part of the public procurement market, for example. This will be, it seems to be easier. It is more regulated in France and in Belgium, for example, but at any rate, this will expand apace because there's a need out there. We can no longer beat around the bush. And this will challenge the position of the architect, which is not only a builder, but a militant, an activist, who must be aware of all this so that it does not remain based on public buildings, but it must expand apace. Great idea, yes. Now, let me invite you again. Let's meet, in May, out in the Parc des Ateliers, to visit the atelier and the progress of Lot 8, so that we may share a longer time with us. We will, of course, invite you to the side earlier on if you want to continue discussing. Thank you, Sébastien, Nicolas, Rachid, Laurent, Danielle, and Fanny. Before leaving, let me show you a book called Atlas of the Natural Regions. We got an off-brand bookstore on algae and on buildings. Come and see us. There's a great selection of books which are being published independently. Thank you, and see you next.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second roundtable discussion on new building practices. We are at LUMA Eco Days, and right now we're going to discuss the recovery plan, an opportunity for eco building materials, but not only for them. When talking about the recovery plan, it's quite obviously because we find ourselves in a situation in which the economy needs to be relaunched. And this is something that hasn't or wasn't born yesterday. It has been around for a while to relaunch the economy and make the economic recover around building. Now, LUMA is not only a case study for the development of new sorts of building practices and materials and experiments, but we want to have a construction that has a low carbon footprint, for one, and is exemplary because of its scale. It's over 2,000 square meters in surface, but we also want to create a local network that is in connection with the international network that uses best practices and shares them. But we also have to imagine that architects work together here on site and on many other sites, and they work on research, on design, on construction, and the use of a building. That's always something that we don't necessarily think about. Because in the field of experimentation with our guests, we also have what has to do with responsibility, carrying risk, and we work with engineering consultants. As a background for our discussion, we have the legal framework, RT 2012, which was a piece of legislation that applied to insulation materials, rice hulk, rice straw, and hemp and others, that was increased or replaced by RE 2020, another legislative piece that talks about coating based on wood materials and many other sources, and also on the reuse of materials. So we'll talk about this later. So this recovery plan for France and the new legislations in the field of environment have born a set of laws. The one is called the Élan law in France, and what we're looking into now is who is going to bear, or who is going to be responsible for things, who's going to bear the risk, who's going to foot the bill, and all of that. So who is going to pay for the maintenance? So who's going to take an insurance with the 10-year civil liability that is the framework for many companies today? There's very little formal legislation. There are a few texts, there are text protocols, there are best practices and guides of best practices, there are specific indications for implementation. But then there's also the possible solution for finding equivalent effect. And this is the ESSOC law in France, ESSOC, which gives the right to make mistakes. We also have to make a life cycle assessment, look at carbon sinks and how to value them. And to discuss this today, we have a few guests. Ken de Koopman from BC Architects, who's been working with us here on site at the Parc des Ateliers. We also have Laurent Lartaud, who is the Director of Technological Control, SOCOTEC. We also have Valérie Decaux from Carré, who's going to tell us about reuse of materials, building material, but not only about that. And last but not least, we have Olivier Gaujard, who's going to talk about regenerative construction, and he's the CEO of EnvirobatBDM. And Olivier Guignard is going to tell us about local resources. I'm going to start with Ken de Koopman. Ken, we discussed the future buildings, and as a joint project between different craftsmen and different businesses to try, like nature, to create a diversified ecosystem to make things more resilient all in all. How do you see things at BC, and how do we work together on this aspect of things? I'm going to start by explaining how we work at BC Architects. BC Architects A few years ago, after carrying out a few projects in Belgium and around Brussels using local materials, we always follow the same trajectory and the same steps. How could we have the materials, local materials, validated by all the stakeholders in the project, whether they be public or private? This is part of our business that we separated from our architectural firm, and it's called BC Materials. What we do at BC Materials, we develop projects for BC architects, but also for other architectural firms and other contractors or clients. We assist them in finding local materials, biosource materials, so like hemp, like raw earth or unfired earth, like fiber or anything else. So I think we can say that we are a player, a small-scale player, not an industrial level player, but we have many examples of feedback with what we did here. And that makes us more nimble, I think. And this is something that is necessary when you want to carry out projects using local materials. You need to be flexible and adaptable in the process to bring everybody together around the table in order to have materials validated, or at least in Belgium, materials for which there's no legal framework and standards. It's a process that needs to be set up, and sometimes what we want to do is to get people acquainted with new materials. Some professionals have not necessarily worked with all materials, so they need to take on the responsibility for some materials. For example, we work with stability engineers, technical engineers, and all of these need to agree to work and use certain materials in some applications on a project. So what we do here in Belgium for customized projects is we draw out the process, not only make a blueprint of the building to be built, but also have a drawing of the process with all the different steps that we need to follow and complete to have the different materials validated. In the end, of course, we carry out our performance tests in our labs, but in the beginning, what we do is discuss matters and with other stakeholders and try and raise awareness of all the stakeholders on the importance of using eco-sourced materials. So this is a long-winded process and requires the collaboration of many actors. For example, when we work with chanvre, we need to find hemp in Belgium or in the Netherlands, and the hemp producers need to be integrated into the eco-construction project. If we're talking about unfired earth, raw earth, we need to excavate earth somewhere on a construction site, and we need to make sure that the earth is not polluted and has the different requirements that match the specifications for a given technique. So every single time we need to customize things to our project. For the sector to grow, the sector eco-building, we need to standardize things. And to do so, we look at how things are done in other countries. For example, you have DIN standards in Germany, or you have LINBO standards in Germany. You also have some standards in France, experimental standard, professional rules, best practices. So the protocol we follow to have materials validated in Belgium is a protocol that is designed from or based on existing standards in other countries and that have been validated by all of the stakeholders of our project. We need to agree all together, all the stakeholders on a project, that we are going to follow a given document with all the different steps required to validate materials, or to certify the materials, rather. There's a lot of work that is done by partner companies that are in our network in France and Germany, and all of that is very important for us to be able to have the use of these eco-materials accepted by the construction industry. So what you're doing here is that you're describing a European framework for architecture and building materials. Here I'm turning to SOCOTEC, and you do technical checking and controls, and you're talking about long-standing businesses and large-scale projects. We talked about Confluence, which is a large project carried by Pizé. And what we've been doing now here, 2,000 square meters, what is the challenge of using these new materials, you as engineering consultants?
Well, as design office and control office at SOCOTEC, our first commitment is to supporting the owner and the prime contractor. In other words, if solutions are commonplace, we'll agree and analyze the standards in force in France. However, if we cannot agree on this framework, if you have innovative products which do not have any technical opinion or advice, which means it's a product which was not tested yet by a lab and which was not approved by the specialized groups at the CSTB. If you don't have the opinions, you can move on to a experimental technical advice solution. CSTB is important. Could you tell us what CSTB is all about? CSTB, yes, CSTB is the scientific center for the building trades based in the Paris area, which will approve and validate all that is technical opinion. It's a key player in France because a lot of products are approved and certified in their lab. They have their own laboratories, and they can run tests. They took part in developing the standards in France. CSTB must be used, and at SOCOTEC, we are the link between the owner and the prime contract with the STB. We got a technical division located at Paris, which is connecting to the CFTB, and we're working with this organization to be able to deliver opinions, be they technical or experimental in nature. Thereafter, if the product is exclusively which must be used in one project, what we're going to do is we can also provide job site opinions. You talked about the ESOC law, which is a license for testing. This new system, which was not around before 2018, is part and parcel of the purpose of incorporating new processes or materials To approve this license to test, you must provide proof that you have equivalent effects as what we had for more traditional products. Quite interesting, Laurent. We're looking at study of materials, but Valérie Deco or Edificare, you're in charge of reuse. Reuse is another kettle of fish, which involves diagnostics, deconstruction, sorting, cataloging, what have you. How did you act? What's your role? To what extent are you part and parcel of the different legal frameworks to set up small and large job sites? Well, we are supporting or identified in the approach we are committed to for 4 years. We identified the need for supporting all the participants to integrate deconstruction materials from the owner upstream, namely sometimes when doing a diagnosis of your assets, of buildings and its assets, which are for deconstruction, in order to anticipate all the issues in terms of validation of materials, and we are supporting the programming by providing a resource diagnosis with a preliminary diagnosis of the materials, which can be reused down to supporting the prime contractor for it to integrate a lot of materials from deconstruction into the project, integrating even materials coming from other job sites, which might have been requalified to be reincorporated into a new project. Could you show us a few examples? Valérie, yeah, of course I can. Let me start with okay, let me recap why we got there. Why are we working on these issues? Basically, we realized that as architects, we are a group of architects working basically in public procurement markets. Demolition oftentimes was like this. We noted that our industry is highly polluting in energy, guzzling, and construction is producing up to 70% of the waste. At the same time, as an impact, resources are getting slimmer, and our sector is consuming 50% of the resources consumed on the planet. For example, China consumed over the last 4 years as much sand as the U.S. in 1 century, whereas we know that there is a strain on sand resources. As a consequence, the cost of materials and the resources are skyrocketing. It is the cost of resource doubling in 17 years, and at the same time, today, you have, unfortunately, a lot of landfills made up of construction materials, which are a major source of pollution for the groundwater. 49 million tons are in nature, and as Edificare, we know what we got there. We consider that every building today is a real resources and a gold mine of materials to be exploited before tearing it down. We visited the road tour exhibition in 2010 at the Venice exhibition, where we saw secondhand materials showed as works of art, so we got aware of the value of the materials. Therefore, to talk about the same thing, reuse means deconstructing, tearing down a building selectively and keeping the materials to put them back into the circuit, whereas recycling, what we're talking about, consists in getting the materials into new matters, disassembling the materials, reprocessing the waste to be reinjected into the building trade. Recycling requires a lot of transport, a lot of energy and water to process the materials, whereas reuse makes it possible to reuse the materials into the building trade. As an architect group, reuse is a real opportunity. The EU is prodding people to do this. As proof thereof, this building, which was built in Brussels, which makes it possible to show that we can have a project which is qualitative using reused materials. Among the drivers for reuse, we have the approaches which were drivers calling for focusing on resources and on savings such as the BDM, the BREEAM and LEED approach from America, the HQE, high quality, environmental high quality, and BBCA, low carbon buildings, BBCA, which are true drivers to make it possible for the prime contractor to reintegrate biosourced materials and reused materials. The ASOC law, as Laurent said, SOCOTEC makes it possible to experiment through the reuse. These are real drivers to change our practices. We could experiment on our territory that reuse can be carried out at several levels. We use with the Mizrahi city, having a lot of deconstruction projects and a lot of new construction on its territory. We had a study to quantify all the deconstructions for the future, along with identifying needs and setting up storage platforms for materials for reuse and requalification, and we identified storage areas. We can have also Euromed in Marseille. We're working as an executive architect, and we can also work for one building, such as the post office building, which was deconstructed by Bâtiment at Carré. Reuse is a new way to save resources and to make our business more durable. Basically, it's a kind of ecosystem in the south of France aiming at identifying the reusable materials on buildings to be torn down, identify all the developers and all the other players to change and to transfer buildings from torn down buildings to new buildings through a platform which is necessary to get people to know about the materials. Let me present to you a project of the post office post-sorting building in Nice, which was about to be torn down using a lot of, it's a building with woodwork and concrete. We could get the file for the replacement of the woodworks with the technical opinions, all the characteristics of the glazing, to identify the resource, outside carpentry. We could orient them to a project. We listed a few materials. I will not labor the point, but anyway, for example, a metal framework, which was a wing of the building, which will be dismantled to build a new building. Architects are going to work directly on the resource before the building is being torn down. A year ago, before tearing down the building, the project on which materials were flagged went in Coco-Velten, in the heart of Marseille, but also the Foresta project, which is open for bid. You have in blue all the materials which are coming from the deconstruction of metal framework, doors, for which architects designed their project from their resource and applied for a permit from the listed materials. Here you have the current materials, the disassembled materials. We did not find the hangar, the reconstitution 3Ds of the original hangar and shed. The architect reinterpreted the framework. Yes, Wicamp is an owner or prime contractor, which redesigned a project from the frame of the NIS sorting platform. It's fascinating because
when I hear what you can do, I mean, this is a resource as if it were an oil well. I mean, it's a source of resources. You use the same words, actually. So it's a pool of resources. The building deconstruction was deconstructed or torn down. I mean, generally you say this building was built by so-and-so, whereas here you say this building was deconstructed by so-and-so, and we can talk more about it later on, because this is a new language for architects, or at least in France, because architects actually have the inalienable rights to a building and forever, even for lesser quality buildings. But I'm now going to give the floor to Olivier Gaujard. We talked about the DTU, the Unified Technical Document, or Technical Specs document, in which you find all of the technical details. So we talked about wood, and you talked about other environmental materials. What do you think about all of this diversity of new materials, these reused materials? So where's this taking us? Well, good afternoon to all of you. I am a woodworker or cabinet maker, and I had a engineering firm specialized in eco materials, and I'm still working on this now. Now, for many years, I've been very active in different associations like EnvirobatBDM, and it is as a representative of environment that I'm chairing the local sector of for wood use in the construction business in the region. This brings together all of the stakeholders, from forest owners to woodworkers or cabinet makers or architects or any others involved, and including the architects that are part of the board, because whenever you talk about buildings and construction, it is absolutely essential to have architects on board. I'm also the secretary of an association called Modesalp. Our purpose is to make sure that whatever is built out of wood is made with local wood, namely from the woods in our region, the Alps, that has been used over the past decades, and we're trying to re-encourage the use of this wood. And also part of the Stall Concrete group or association. I had the opportunity 12 years ago to conduct the first test of insulation with straw bales for buildings. This is something we first did for a school we built in Issy-Moulineaux, south of Paris, and this allowed us to test the use of straw as an insulator, and this did not increase the risk of fire in buildings. And I'm also a member of another association called Darves-Blanc, which is the Association for the Development for Buildings to Live in made out of wood. What we do is work at national level to try and develop technical specifications, national standards to allow the use of wood in the construction of multi-story buildings that go from all the way up to 16-story buildings. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 16, which we can do now, by the way. The recovery plan you mentioned earlier on has appeared at a moment in time when these new biosource materials, wood, recycled cotton, hemp, have been looked into, and much has been done already. And we can say that the standards that are enforced now have been adapted for the use of these materials. For example, we have the DTU Unified Technical Specs document that recovers the different standards that you need to follow and specifications you need to follow in every single aspect of the construction of the building. For DTU 31.2, that applies to buildings made out of wood, what we are integrating is the fact that we can use insulating materials made of wood fiber. There's also something else that is new in DTU 41.2 that applies to cladding, outside cladding made of wood, to which we are applying new techniques that we haven't used so far, not so much, and I'm talking or thinking about the bioclimate appliances like pergolas or things to moderate the effect of sun rays on the building and thermal impact. So far, they weren't integrated in any DTU, in any technical document. Recent changes now since the beginning of the year include the new Eurocode number 5, which is Eurocode for wood buildings and protection against fire. This document was reviewed in April 2020, and it lists all of the regulatory provisions to use biosourced insulating materials, whether we're talking about wood fiber, hemp, or cellulose, cotton cellulose. As for straw and the use of it, it's the French Straw Association that is working on that, on the needs for regulation to be passed, and in particular for the use of straw as an insulator. There's one important one that was passed in the summer of 2019 with testing in lab and in-lab assessment. In-lab assessment done with the CSTB, the Technical and Scientific Center for Construction, that has allowed a certain number of technical specifications to be validated. In here, we were talking about the resistance to ignition fire of a wall made of straw, a straw base that was protected on the inside. Protected on the inside where a fire could start, insulated with earth, with fiber inclusions, or coatings made of earth and plaster in different proportions, in coatings of a thickness of 4 centimeters, and that allowed us to realize that these types of materials allowed us to have an excellent fire retardant performance of 2 hours. I would like to say in passing that the assessment made by the lab confirms the compliance of this provision with other elements in the regulations. So right now we can already consider using straw for insulation purposes in buildings up to 50 meters high. And that is housing. So that's really interesting. Can you tell us what REI stands for? For those of our viewers who are not familiar with this regulation or this set of regulations, which is very important because it serves as a basis for working with new materials. Yes, REI stands for resistance, or the wall or inside wall resists fire retardant. Étanchéité is tightness to leaks, and this prevents the flames or gases to permeate. And I is for insulation. When you have a fire on one side of a wall, this allows the temperature on the side of the wall that is not exposed to the flames does not go above 140 degrees after a certain lapse of time. And here again, it's 2 hours. So when you combine these three performances, it allows for considering this to be used in buildings where there are requirements for fire retardant insulation materials. Say when you introduce a building permit or you apply for a building permit, this is a question I ask to all of you, in particular to Ken. When you apply for a building permit for this kind of building made of used material and all types of different processes, you are experimental. ATEX means technical assessment of the experiment. I'd be interested to know whether there are some materials that have been ATEX certified. Of course, the reuse, all of the materials that you are using that are reused materials have been certified by controlling organisms or institutions. But in this situation here, where we have a combination of Ken and Laurent working together on our building, how do I organize things to get our building permit? Do you have to apply for different building permits, one for every material, or if you combine them, is it a joint permit you apply for? So how are things done? Can you tell us more about it?
Well, it all depends, of course, on the standards and legal context in some countries or regions. I guess that for France, Laurent will give you more detail about this. As far as I'm concerned, there's a need to standardize materials, which is very useful as a process, as an SOP. It's a kind of the sharing of knowledge from a research center to the other participants. In constructing the challenge is to be able to democratize and disseminate, I would say, the procedures and standards to players that are more nimble, smaller, that have more potential to use local materials in a nimble way. Same thing as for reuse. You got to know some buildings which will be torn down. You got to talk about with the players every time. It's a kind of customized work, and likewise with local materials, whether they're by sourced or farming waste. Every time it's a kind of setting up a network which must be activated to do all this, to involve all the players. It's important for the standards to be open-ended, to get the small players to be involved. For example, for some projects, like an ATEX procedure, which is have value. ATEX is a procedure which is top-heavy with the CSTB, and I guess there's something to be said about making the procedure more flexible, to make them low-tech, to allow small players in. Raw earth procedures and standards are important in Germany, for example. There's a philosophy for the reuse of some job site instead of quarry, and the tests are low-tech, and it can be done by small players and any laboratories. This philosophy of making the procedure open-ended is a very important point, to my mind. Laurent, filing a permit for hybrid buildings, design-wise and construction-wise. Well, Laurent, when we file the permit, a key item in the building permit will be the security notice. We got a report on the permit what will be the materials to be used, and especially what will be their fire resistance, the fireproof and the fireproofing. Fireproofing and fire retardant is referred to in France as MN to M4 reactions. In Europe, they're called, we've got rankings from APS2, CS to D0, corresponding basically to the equivalent in France with M1 to M4 in France. In the regulations, we can use still all that is M1, M4, and what we're going to define in the security notice. Likewise, for all that is fire retardant items, REI classification for the wall, fire stability. All this will be, we got a list in the notice, all that we will be putting in place in the project. The fire brigade will give us feedback in terms of the permit. What we want to do is we support the customer and the owner before the permit is filed, to go and see the fire brigade and explain what we're going to do to the prevention expert. If the material is, I would say, innovative, which you cannot classify, we can always ask for a lab, like Effectif, to carry out testing the material to realize and to see what ranking or classification you can assign it to, as filed in the security notice. If you're not complying with the French regulations, we'll say nothing is lost, but you've got to start a debate with the prevention experts to ask them whether we can use the material as a waiver. The Security Commission prevention experts can tell us yes or no, and generally speaking, usually 100% when they accept a waiver on a given material on a regulation issue, they're going to ask us for behavioral measures. That's one of the debates which you must bear in mind. That's why you must have good relations with local prevention experts, because they will be the key to the system and tell us whether they agree or not, because they do risk analysis, and they will tell us whether the opinion is favorable or not. What's important for the duration of the job site is to keep tabs on what the companies are doing, what the owner, what the prime contractor recommend to provide a report at the end of the job site to check after work. The certified organization like SOCOTEC will draft the report and will give it to the Safety Commission to make it possible for it to approve and provide a favorable opinion as to whether the building can be opened. This combination of strengths, it's a question for you all. We're working in architecture. We, of course, most of the commissions, involves public or private award. Who's signing that type of building? Who's approving that type of hybrid building? Are these, when you're talking about reuse, is it the architect setting up the building? Somebody, it is not part of the protected worldwide heritage. Sometimes it is the case when you create new materials. BC, do you sign on the building? Do you sign, or do you sign with all the other collaborators? What is the new collaborative signature all about, and how can you get the award? You can discuss and respond and what have you. Now, I guess if you don't have norms or standards which are implemented in some buildings, you need a lot of collaboration to set a protocol around some materials which are local or innovative or non-standard, to approve and validate together these materials, because the risk is shared, but there's an organization which must do this. You need an expert. Obviously, the result of the project is based on collaboration. The more standard, the more specialized. But I guess when it's standard, it must be based on collaboration. In the Lot 8 project in the Parc des Ateliers at LUMA Arles, you can see you've got knowledge, skills, expertise, and ambition from Atelier LUMA. You got some knowledge from Assemble, from BC, and from SOCOTEC around the laws, about the laws. It's a real dialogue which must be customized to be able to use such materials which are local, innovative, and non-standard. I am orienting myself to signing a document together. Valérie. I do agree with the new approaches. Increasingly, we got specialists in a given field of expertise so that group work will make it possible, including with the owner, which will make it possible to get a result. As to the source of materials, we're surprised working on deconstruction to see that how buildings which have a lot of qualities are torn down, and you're pleading for preserving them. We discovered sometimes projects where we were executive architect, the building we discovered was part of the heritage. Neither the architect, neither the prime contractor had done some research to know where the building came from. To be sure, we're amazed to see how buildings which have great qualities and sometimes that are better quality than what is constructed are being torn down. They might be torn down, and sometimes we don't understand the rationale for this. Budgets are given to the lessor or owner to tear down the building. As to the source of materials, once the building is deconstructed, if the architect at any rate is alive and kicking, the initial architect is alive, you must refer to him or her before deconstructing the building and engage him in the project. If he is dead or gone or whatever, you must know where the materials came from in order for everybody to do his job. I do agree with Ken. You need a collaborative signature as to the result for the project. Oftentimes, what's important is not the materials, but what the architect is doing. Now, we're talking about combination of industries, buildings, which are co-constructed by various industries. Olivier, are you any features for durable building in the Med, in co-construction? Olivier Gaujard, yes, of course, the association EnvirobatBDM, durable buildings in the Med, is an example of a collaborative effort because that's the main principle of BDM, to be a collaborative participative system for guarantee where projects are assessed based on a list of standards built by the association members, which is rediscussed on a regular basis every 3-4 years to take account of feedback of developments in techniques, in rules and regulations, and knowledge acquisition. Therefore, however, finally the building is presented to a committee or commission, which is a public committee made up of peers, people from the same field, architects, engineers, who will assess the project proposed and using the standards and give it a level of assessment which could be the basic level, or like in the Olympic Games, bronze, silver, gold. Quite important because in the South PACA region, all public subsidies granted to buildings are eco-conditioned by the fact of having an assessment by BDM. Med, durable building, that type of procedure is being widespread for 3 or 4 years in Occitania, for a few years in Île-de-France. It's being set up in the east of France anyway. The cooperation efforts are being rolled out in this field of building, durable building, quote unquote, to use a broad term. Now, we've got other ways to skin the cat, to get the collaboration to work through industries or areas. I was talking about Adif Bois, timber wood-made buildings. This association is financed by a wood organization collecting money from companies, investing it in different fields of endeavor. In financing this association, along with subsidies from the government, which is interested in the development of such techniques, both to meet the goals of ecological transition and also for economic objectives to reduce the trade balance in timber, which is very wide. We're working different type of commissions or committees. I can tell you what's happening in the commission for fire security, safety. We're working with all the representatives of the building trades, with, of course, national divisions of all the technical inspection companies like SOCOTEC, Veritas, what have you, BTP Consultant, so forth and so on. Of course, we have the technical and scientific committee or Center for Building Trades, FCBA, Wood Institute, FCBA, Forest Cellulose, Timber Construction and Development, all that concerns recycling wood, all kinds of companies out there and institutions and bankers. All that is drafted here is done with the experience of fire brigades. Recently, we had occasion to test, experiment opportunities for the ESOC law for a state at the service of a trusted-based society, solutions by offering an alternative solution to an obligation or requirement that in public establishments, elevators and stairways must use fire retardant materials. To draft a solution which is based on timber protected by heat screens or plasterboards, to check that the fire retardant qualities are equivalent to those of a wall which is fire retardant and cannot burn down. Architect will be able to it should be a national approach, but the ESOC law, it is such that it took another way, but the study may be used in every French department with the safety commissions to defend a different alternative. The approach for it to be nationwide is with the Minister of Interior, who said that by 2022, the regulations itself could change to incorporate the feedback and a solution of that type. Basically, our approach is that of convergence between the requirements of, how would I put it, the fields covered by the standards and regulations providing guarantees to users, owners, and companies, to every participant, to the prime contract to be insurable, and the convergence with development of eco-materials through their industries such as timber, husks, straw. However, it doesn't prevent joint activities such as we have between timber and straw industries. I guess it's a great word. Convergence is the key word, the buzzword. We're getting there. It's not an easy talk. Thank you. And I'll see you at Arles at the end of May next year to continue our discussions. I hope we will move out of the COVID-19 and the program will be underway. Thank you, Ken, Valérie, Laurent, Olivier, for your contributions. And let me show you a book called Upcycling from the University of Liechtenstein, selected by our panel, by publisher Offprint, which is our bookstore, selecting books on some topics of ours which you can buy, discover. Thank you, all of you. That's possible in replay. You can replay it in the coming days. See you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the third and last part of our LUMA Eco Days. This session is going to look into new avenues for a new sustainable model in building. So, two matters of household.
If you'd like to have your translation, all of this is being translated. All you have to do is click on the top right-hand corner of your screen, and you can choose the English translation. Et pour tout le reste, vous pouvez aussi déposer vos questions.
And for those of you who wish to ask a question, of course, you can send it to us, and if we don't answer it this time, well, we'll answer it later in writing. Now, when we talk about new lines of business or sectors, when we talk about sectors and search of professional integration and new businesses and all of that, this is new. So we've already talked about the new sectors. And in this slide next to me, there's something that is the result of work we carried out in 2017 when we started with Atelier LUMA. We started thinking about the different sectors as we could imagine them at the time and how complicated it was for the different sectors to work together in the best cases. But when you start having different sectors working on something experimental, it's even more difficult. So for training younger people to new things, instead of having normal, traditional training sessions or studies, we have to think about the whole system as being a learning ecosystem. And that's not only on the side of the schools and academies, but also on the practical side, all of the corporations, they need to work together to create these new businesses and their respective trainings. But the question is, who decides and who commands? Very often it's architects who decide. But even if we build a building or renovate a building that it's larger than 150 square meters, you need to have an architect work on it. That means that in almost all cases you need to use the services of an architect. But very often buildings are not concerned by the local region, and sometimes this is a difficulty that is already difficult in architecture school because there are budgets and plannings and timings, and not everybody has enough time to conduct the necessary research to do things in a new way. Maybe that the two lines of business in the future will be hybrid, will be combined. For example, an agronomist in eco-resources could very well know about the construction business. You could have a geologist working with a designer, an accountant, because of course accountants will have to play a greater role now because you will have to calculate the carbon impact of a building and how much costs, how much a building costs. And then you will have different professions of the social and solidarity-based economy. All the new types of training need to be inclusive if we want to work making the 21st century somebody for all. So the Architectes des Bâtiments de France, ABFs, and then there are also architects for built heritage in every country. So all of these professions that are highly regulated, like the architects of public buildings, they need to have the same for the restoration of historic monuments, which are commonly owned, and governments need to make announcements for new types of training that are decentralized, with programs for investing in the future of education. But not only that, we have to have campuses and centers of excellence, and especially here in Arles, and especially here in LUMA, training is part and parcel of our daily business, sometimes formally, sometimes informally. But we always meet to get together and get to share our know-how, our knowledge, our experience. So knowledge means knowing where to find the resources, how to use them, how to take them into account, see how available they are. We'll look about how to set up different lines of business for using resources and what the hurdles are, the difficulties. business sectors or trades also provide new opportunities, and sometimes sectors take over part of the work from architectural firms. The architects are like the umbrella organization, but they're the and all of the different stakeholders are co-owners of the project. We mentioned the CSTB, the Scientific and Technical Building Center. We have with us this afternoon Madeleine Mas, Deputy Director, who is an architect and a town planner for AREP. What we know about AREP is that they've built their whole philosophy focusing on low carbon. And then we're going to discuss this with Valérie Decote as well. We're going to discuss reuse and all of the lines of construction that work with reused material. And we also have two partners who work in the learning ecosystem. We have Bruno Géant of the CFTP, CFA, BTP, and R, that means a training center for the construction business, and Vincent Delahaye, director of the village in Cavaillon. And we have the great honor of having Frédéric Corset and EnvirobatBDM, the technical manager, who's going to tell us about training, which is the whole purpose of having us here all together. Madeleine, do you want to start and to paint us a broad picture of the new lines of business in construction? And because you need to train blue-collar workers, but also the architects and also the middle management that will have to be in charge of the building in this post-pandemic era. You've already started, so Madeleine, tell us more about it. Thank you very much, Maria. Let me use some slides, if I can show them, to illustrate my presentation.
Est-ce que c'est bon pour vous?
Can you see the slides? Yeah? Okay.
Alors, peut-être en introduction, donc Madeleine Mas.
By way of an introduction, let me tell you I'm an architect and a town planner working with the AREP agency. In a couple of words, this is an interdisciplinary architectural firm. We bring together all of the conception lines of business, architects, town planners, landscape architects, decorators, interior designers. And our purpose is to work towards low carbon. As Maria rightly said, it's the DNA of our agency. And this is a positioning that we have decided on from day one, and I'm going to tell you more about it. So for us, this is a commitment that all of our staff members and members work on. And this interdisciplinary way of working is what fuels research. The fact that we're working all together in the building, under the same agency, and the articulation of the different sectors, lines of business is what is going to allow us to raise new questions, challenge others, test some, and it's a way of having a dialogue and a learning ecosystem. This is an illustration. You might be familiar with AREP. We are the architects of railway stations in France. And this is a project that was completed not so long ago, not far from Arles. It's the train station of the high-speed train in Nîmes-Pont-du-Gard. AREP is traditionally the architect of railway stations, and this is something very new for us and highly demanding. These are locations that are intensely used by a great number of passengers. We have 1,500 people that cover 1 square meter of every station every year. So this tells you how demanding these sites are in terms of the resistance of materials. They need to be secure, resistant, but we can test and innovate and provide new solutions that are different to the ones we're used to. AREP and our working environment is interesting because for us it's a combination of architecture and mobility. Train stations, right? And when you look into that, 2/3 of CO2 emissions is the element that pertains to buildings and transportation, because they account for 2/3 of CO2 emissions. So we have a very large territory for carrying our projects. We're trying to reduce CO2. That's why we focus on low carbon, and we want to intervene wherever we can and to try and meet the objectives we set for ourselves. Our app is a laboratory. We've been committed to this for the past 20 years. We have quite a bit of feedback. We've tested things that work and don't, and we have an exploratory vision in order to be able to anticipate the different practices, uses, and whatever we want to do. So our lab is based on research on different materials, on different uses, on construction techniques, and we need to meet the environmental challenges at every constitutive element of the architecture or the urban space. Every single element needs to contribute to our trajectory and our ecological purpose. To do so, we set up a system inside the company with Raphaël Ménard as a chairman, and this is called EMCCB. It's a new way of looking into architecture as a practice through these 5 initials that are indicators that allow us to quantify and test and assess the effectiveness of what we do with our customers and with the users. E stands for energy. How much renewable energy can we produce through the project? How we can we challenge that? M for matter or material. Where do our materials come from? How much of material we need? What is the part of our materials that is bio-sourced or locally sourced? Or how much of the material can we reuse? Carbon, of course, self-explanatory. We need to be able to measure our carbon footprint all through the project. The weight of carbon, our carbon footprint, is what leads us to try and reduce it as much as possible, and if we can, to trap carbon. Second C, climate. Climate, every project must be in line with reducing sources of heat, whether it's outdoor or indoors, and needs to contribute to the comfort of users. Last one, the B for biodiversity. It's cross-cutting in a way, but it's a way of bringing back anything living back into a project, whether it's fauna or flora. Biodiversity needs to have an important place within a project and needs to be part and parcel of it all along. Now, this is just to show you what we're doing at every stage of a project from the beginning.
Nîmes Pont de Gare is to us really a way to tell the story of eco-design and to wrap every stage of the project. It's a building which was labeled Occitanie Bâtiment Durable on the design phase upstream, but also in the implementation phase. We want to have this demand at every step of the life cycle. Next step is the running management of the train station, of the building. It's a way of having the life of materials and what's going to happen next. The ambition is zero waste. We have 20 cubic meters of earth that had to be modified or which were excavated on the job site to set up the train station in the territory. 20,000 cubic meters of earth were fully reused on site. We had several ideas. Basically, we wanted to say this material, the soil is very rich. We've got to reuse it when developing a project. This involves making the wall concrete, which was made from local aggregates for service with this ochre color about the urban landscape around Nîmes. Also, floorings by passers-by, also the roadway and different paths, and it makes for filters to be set up under the different spaces to filtrate rainwater and to have zero discharge. All this to tell you that this work for innovation or ambition as to reuse of local materials is teamwork. The architect alone cannot be committed alone and decide that he will call upon a given industry. The ambition on the project is to get everyone on board, companies, but also owners and prime contractors. Being differently, set an example here. There's another dimension you should not forget. We're going to talk about this, is how you make one approach which is legitimate, savings to be had on the project. We feel that decarbonizing does not cost much. We have an economist in the company which is just computing not square meters, but the cost of the planet, and not the cost per square meter involving the carbon footprint which the project will have around its environment. The idea of the additional cost comes from a lack of knowledge of industries or expertise, which you must emphasize. And last but not least, let me tell you the project of transition, ecological transition, involves the transition of the industry. Some new trends are coming up in architect schools, also at the level of offices, at the level of different participants. We launched an internal in-house training plan for 1,000 staff at AREP to have experts and capacities on the 5 fields I was talking about, EMC2B, to become ambassadors. This ecosystem is learning, as you said, Maria, and works internally, everyone in its field, energy and matter, climate, carbon, biodiversity, must get some feedback and contribute to the design durably of this project. And even illustration is that we have new entities being born, such as the REAP entity, specialist in reuse of materials, helping us in challenging this dimension. All this to tell you that it works if you create an ecosystem of partners having the same desire ecologically, and last but not least, support the owners and the prime contractors, the clients. Of course, call upon us. We got to convince, persuade, and win over clients. Gaujard Connexion is managing a guide for eco-consumption. The revolution is underway. We got to identify industry, have the right training parts, and regulations is not alone. It's collective work with committed people to pursue this project. That's it, folks. Yeah, true revolution is underway. There's a great drawing or a pattern showing all the parts of the schematic we're concerned with. I guess, what about the new industries or which are being set up with reuse? And we've seen Valérie explain to us the Carré project on the reuse and management. It is true, in these industries, we have reuse. All the building trades are involved, metal working, but it's not new. And we talked often about concrete industries, former industries, which are still alive and kicking. How do you, well, we're going to talk about this later on. Let's move on to see how reuse can be implemented, sorting people, but people who select a given, like a curator. You talked about those who inspired, namely the architectural Venice, biennial, the Belgian pavilion, Rotor. I know what they're able to do at Rotor, but also you've got the aesthetics or design is important, not only the materials. And are the new building trades, be they explorers, curators, restorers? Valérie, what about you? Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, indeed. We realize that to work on materials and on deconstruction of some materials, you must call upon those who use the materials. I talked about an example of metal framework deconstructed in a building and reconstructed in another site, which will be reconstructed in another site. Deconstruction of the framework was done by a carpenter. You've got new skills to be acquired for these new occupations, traditional occupations, which must learn to deconstruct, to reuse, and which must work with demolishers, don't know about deconstruction. So new trades are to be invented on as an extension of current trades. We're talking here about a stone building. Therefore, we will not deconstruct the stone building. We're working with journeymen to find the right techniques, the right solutions to deconstruct the stone that be reused in other projects. In other words, I can present to you a small-scale project. Oh, yeah, go ahead, go ahead. That's the right time, Valérie. You're on. An example of deconstruction done. Sorry. I was carried out. Wrong slide, I'm sorry. Okay, now, a small example of deconstruction with ICAD in Marseille. That's a building, office building, to be deconstructed to turn into a housing estate with work with ICAD to identify resources. ICAD gave us the organization of the job site and the search for people who would buy the materials, and also the legal contracts between the buyers of the products and the owners. We had a hard time finding companies able to demolish the frame, which had a lot of quality of materials. A company had to be set up in order to organize the deconstruction. Traditional companies for partitioning were not really ready to accept the challenge. It's a new company which was set up at Marseille, which hired people who were specialists to deconstruct the building, making it possible for us to recover all in the basement of the building. There was a parking lot in the underground. We could focus. All that was wires, cables, rugs, plaster partitions, and what have you, and false ceilings for reuse purpose. All these materials to be recycled are not out there at any rate, and we need dedicated teams with workers accepting to play by the rules to deconstruct and recover the prototypes, recover, retrieve all parts for that the journeymen could use the materials to be set up again elsewhere. ICAD did not want to give back the materials. It has a social impact in order to use them, like the Architectes Sans Frontières, Architects Without Borders, working on the Roman Cinti. Yes, we can. Coco Velden and ICI Marseille working, and Elanjouk working on the project called No Unemployed People, Zéro Chômeur. They could equip the building with the part of the materials. We did a balance. We have 3 levels for the reuse. We could compare the the construction cost and the tearing down by saving and not using the materials as a landfill. We cannot save on every operation, but anyway, on this, we saved 7,000 euros on the tree levels, which had been flagged for reuse rather than being torn down. We saved 56 tons of waste out of 82 tons, and the balance led to a carbon saving of 62 tons equivalent of CO2. To show you this example, to show you that even in this, we need to create new industries, new jobs, to recycle materials. That's impressive because it's a carbon balance, not only economic. We feel sometimes that for architects, it's bad news because we have co-destination of buildings or requisition of buildings, having double or triple functions, which is something of interest to look at. Now, let me tell you, Arles, Bruno Géants, young apprentices and older apprentices, you really feel like you're an apprentice and like to learn on the job with Valérie, possibly understand better your trade. Where do we stand with the CFA, BTP? What are the perspectives out there? Well, now, to implement all this, you need count on us. Of course, you need our apprentices. I'm head of the CFR, the Provincial Côte d'Azur has 6 CFAs representing more than 4,000 apprentices. There's a lot of work cut out for you out there. CFA at Arles has 240 apprentices on building trades. Also at CFA, we have insulation, masonry, painting, plastering, thermal, cold refrigeration, electricians are first level qualifications for certificates, and now we have 4 diplomas or degrees, installer in plastering, insulation, masonry, and painting. So much for the scope of CFA at Arles. Now, the majority of the 240 apprentices, we have 200 companies who are working, 60% of the companies we're working with have less than 4 employees. That's the origin with whom we work. The main news is training of apprentices, but also training centers have changed. We have ongoing lifelong training. There was an offer. We trained thermal, heat insulation technician with the Pierre Carré, and we have also partnership agreements with large companies. Saint-Gobain is using us. We're talking about insulation at Saint-Gobain. A lot of training. We're using our technical platforms to do the training, particularly with the Mizrahi in terms of heat pumps and boilers, to be aware of the new materials, and all this for a goal of showing that training centers are more than training centers for apprentices. We want training centers to be the centers for building trades. We heard about the LUMA project. We're going to grow with LUMA, we said, providing us a lot. In implementing the biosourced materials, we're not top-notch, but we're going to use all that is done this year to grow. And at CFA, we have committed trainers who are starting working on biosourced materials, and I guess we can meet the challenges and expectations of every decision maker. To be sure, our craftsmen, sometimes when an architect is picking materials, to be sure, they have to get trained today. The demand is quite low on that type of training programs, but to be sure, as far as we're concerned, Madame Trébert from BT Solutions about rice husks for insulation materials. It's great to hear this. At any rate, that's good news for us at LUMA. And not only learning, apprenticeship with Vincent de la Haye, we head of the village at Cavaillon. We have another way to look at the social economy. It goes further, namely, you've got people in trouble and difficulties. You've got all kinds of collective intelligence being set up at the village. We're taken aback what we're doing, and by the fact that reintegration is a double-edged sword. That's the way you share. Now, are there new building trades? How do you see them going forward in the coming 2-3 years, and the impact of the program, of the plan, what you're doing at the village? Well, thank you for inviting us to this roundtable. We made choices 20-25 years ago. That's part of local resources. Let me tell you that the association wants to support people in precarious states where our small player acting between Cavaillon, Ile-sur-la-Sorgue, and Apt. The idea is to develop multiple ways to meet the needs of people who are fragile. Initially, the association was carried by the issue of resources and capacities in order to be able to create projects, to create future for people. And possibly, if I had to tell us what is driving us, we are really driven by resilience for people. Some positive experience will make it possible for people to live normally and freely. Also, resilience in terms of our ecosystem and our environment. We're trying to look for harmony, which is not perfect, but we're striving, we're exploring, we're trying hard. What I can tell you is that there is, 15 years ago, we chose to launch do-it-yourself construction for people based on do-it-yourself construction using local resources such as earth as a material. Back in 2008, we chose to supported by Natural Park of Luberon, we decided to produce earth materials and to sell them with the idea that a place like ours is based on resources generated by what we're producing and selling. We're striking a balance between public financing and our sales of products in order to be local, driven by local resources. In 2008-27, there was the emergence of an earth industry selling locally, but also engaging in a partnership with a reseller nationally. We had very few resellers at a time ready to sell our earth materials. And 7 years ago, we wanted to be able to gather the teams on our side. We have 46 employees being reintegrated. A few years ago, we wanted to offer services on our territory. We're moving an hour away from our site, providing services, trying to implement local materials, working on timber, on earth materials, but also insulation materials using straw. We're working a lot using professional rules and, responding to tenders, being supported by MAIF with a 10-year civil liability contract. Now, 2 years ago, we wanted to continue our exploration and experiments and our definition of a small economic model, recycling local resources and using people who need to find work. We wanted to work on the emergence of diversified industries, naturally, quickly working with Camargue and the concept, working on the rice husks. But recently, we've been trying to experiment with plant-based concrete blocks, with the idea of to be able to produce plant-based concrete blocks whose composition would be the local plants and essentially local clay. We're working with clay coming 95% from Apt. Now, that's where we are to define the future, what it looks like. I guess, indeed, you've got connections to be found with training, but also sharing experiences and transmission to craftsmen. We're using as much as possible ordinary law, trade organizations who want to address this. We want to help them, support them. We have a few years ago, we had a new contract with the Greta in order to implement a masonry training course. Our training courses did this, that's fine. LOMPEP was its name, and also we had relations with CAPEB with the idea that there's a need out there for craftsmen to take ownership of the new techniques, of the new materials, which are just next to us, whose implementation is often similar to that of more traditional materials or fossil energy, fossil fuel materials. That's our small contribution on our small scale, which makes it possible to use earth materials, reed from the Provence, rice husks, biosource materials, but also techniques which make it possible. These small experiences, we hope, will move the regulations. It was said in the round table, indeed, the obstacles are not only due to regulations, although things have been written down for macro systems and for industrial systems. I guess that every one of us has some leeway to use the local resource and a capacity to use an expertise which are traditional, usual, but which I would say may be adapted to the use of the local resources. So we are driven by this resilience, be it psychological, environmental, associative. We have some ideas. We have some harmony, which makes it possible to use or manage a small hybrid system where aesthetics is very important. Creativity is important also, because I think that if you talk about the future, I guess we must not weed out aesthetics from the debate. Essential, which makes it possible for harmony and makes it possible for people who are fragile to be rooted in the territory and more in line with what is around them. So much for what I wanted to share with you. It's a great piece of news for us at LUMA, because creation is part and parcel of what we're doing on a daily basis at LUMA, but also I'm impressed by the fact that you have so many jobs that can be generated and on a long-lasting basis. The industries in the past were locally anchored, rooted. We have now the building trade, which is a big industry. Building trades were always very small, very advanced, and we're going back in time, going back to basics. It's also interesting to respond to tenders, which does create new economics, which may help you gain new contracts and regulations supporting you. I talked about with Vincent when we talked about industries or the industries, fiber-based in Canada. I'm coming from Canada. In Canada, we have fiber-based concrete, but also we have other types of regulations. We don't have the same weather in Canada, as you know, but also we talked about the more traditional industries, what's going to happen going forward once we have a new cooperations. And we talked about training, what you're doing, EnviroBat, the difference between what is MED buildings. Is it unique to the MED, which we forget? Going back to source, Frédéric, you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for welcoming us to this third round panel. I mean, for the time, that's many questions you're asking me in a single question. I don't know whether my predecessors talked about EnviroBat, but anyway, we are a resource center financed by ADEM and the region, and part of a larger network of resource centers. There's one for every region in France. So what do we do here? What we provide training. We initially operate as a resource center. We collect resources and provide information on ecology. In this roundtable discussion, Madeleine mentioned the issue of a global cost of a building, over and above just the cost of the building per se, what the impact or the cost of the impact of said building is. And this is something we provide. We provide training that I mentioned. And the third thing we do, in addition to those two, is that we provide support to centers for sustainable buildings in the Mediterranean area. Madeleine mentioned the BDO label or certification, and this is CBDM, something that actually was declined to other regions. And we set up an association which was called collectif bâtiment durable. And we hope to be able to extend that to other regions. So much for what we do. We also animate different networks. This is what we do. Now, allow me to come back to the specifically Mediterranean aspect of our activity. This is probably what is at the root of our resource center. It's a fundamental thing. You know that you don't build just anything anywhere. You build something on a lot or on a plot and in a region. And here we're in the Mediterranean region, so we have a context, we have a history, all sorts of elements that impact the construction of a building. A building is not abstract. You can see that the people there are building it, so it's very concrete, and they build it according to a policy, to a culture, and to many other elements that are part of the general context. So putting back the building into a more general perspective is sometimes that is too often standardized. I wanted to give you a few examples of what we mean when we say Mediterranean, because it might sound a bit abstract, but what does it mean concretely to say when we have buildings that are assessed? There is an assessment of energy-related factors that is carried out, and we look at the different rooms, the kind of lighting there's going to be in the different rooms or areas of the building, whether it's natural lighting or not, and this is calculated. The index of natural light is calculated when it's sunny outside or when it's not so sunny. And when you live in a Mediterranean climate, more generally, windows are, by our standards, too large for our climates. When I say too large, that means that in the summer times there's too much light, and that the people living or working in the building don't need as much light. Another example of contextual element. Let me give you an example of when I was working in the north of France. I was working on integrating rainwater and infiltration of the lot into rainwater. When I say that we need to work in a context, well, when I was in the south of France, it rains a lot. It rains continuously all over the year. And hence, when you conceive a building here in the Mediterranean, it's completely different. You need to be able to collect a lot of rainwater over little time, so we generally create a slope because rain falls in a harder and more concentrated way. All of these elements are important. What can be said on one or two technical elements can also apply to many other less technical topics. So, all of this to explain why it is important to build a building in a given context. Maria, you also mentioned traditional sectors or building trades. We talked about renovation. And here again, this brings me back to how important the context is. It is very important not to use standard solutions on any building you want to renovate. Renovation is going to be the topic of the future, quote unquote, with the recovery plan. I think there is where we can find cost savings. That is where we can make buildings more resilient, because today this, accounts for 90% of our buildings. 90% of the buildings we live in are old buildings. So when you look at old buildings, you have to take the building in a general context. You cannot work with standardized solutions. Sometimes it's you can't use polystyrene in for every single context. This type of insulating material that does not breathe does not correspond to every building or the needs of every building. You have to take into account the building, how it was built, its history, what are the weaknesses or failings of the building. And that's why the training we impart is important. Training given to design firms, architects, students. So any kind of standardized solution is not one size fits all. There are many other firms that I don't necessarily know, but all of this to say that it's very important to customize the solution, to work with the territory, with the location. Actually, I wanted to have all of our speakers come back and turn their mics on because we have 10 minutes left for our discussion. Now, my question is, if you start working with eco-sourced materials, that means that these materials bring us back to Earth. So what is our built heritage going to look like 50 years down the road? We always imagine architecture as being something that was intangible, and the built architecture would never change, even if each one of us has his or her way of seeing things. This is something that changes. I think we rediscover our architectural heritage day after day, but now, if we apply deconstruction and we go by the book, what are we going to leave for the next generations? So what's the challenge? What's at stake? And how do you see the next 5 years? I'm going to put it to Madeleine first. What is interesting, in my opinion, is our ability to be resilient. When we mention resilient, I saw the deconstruction of buildings by ICAD. These are new things, new trends. This is something that nobody thought about in the past. We just tore a building down and rebuilt another one. Now, what is interesting, in my opinion, is that we inherited buildings that are meant to last forever. Now we're changing. Things are reversible. We're reallocating buildings to different uses or changing things in neighborhoods. And that's something that is part of the general resilience that is part and parcel of our ecological transition. It's transformation, not only demolition. Now, if we start saying that reusing, or rather biosourced materials, and not to freeze things in time, I think is very positive for the future because this allows us to intervene, to readjust parameters and to change things as we go along and not freeze them forever and ever. So it's more a way from working based on transformation that I find terribly interesting because it's long-lasting. Now, Frederick, we talked about the training of people working on cultural heritage buildings or built heritage. Are we going to have ABFs, architects of the French buildings, historical buildings in France? Are things going to change there? Yes, I think this goes along with societal changes. You talked about the fact that we don't think about our built heritage as something that is going to last forever. In the past, heritage would go from one generation to the next. Things are different now. Children go and live in other places. They don't live in their parents' homes, and etc. So buildings are no longer seen as something that is part of heritage from one generation to another. This is what changes things, at least for housing. And Madeleine, I mean, a housing can be a temporary solution, for example. Reversibility of a building is something that is very important to be able to change what it is meant for, what the purpose of a building, because it's not easy to change the purpose of a building. I mean, to turn an office building into housing, it is not easy. The other way around is even more complicated. So reversibility is essential. I mean, it's easier said than done. It might sound very simple. Okay, just change this and that around, but it's much more complicated than you can imagine. I remember the conversation we had talking about parking lots, Madeleine, you remember? And Valerie, that's your daily bread and butter, right? Reversibility. I mean, what are we going to be left with in the future? How many times can we just build a building and deconstruct it? I think there's no end to this. I mean, it's infinite because you can always revive a building and find a new usage for a building, turn it into something else. I think there's always a huge potential in using what we already have in existing material. And what I wanted to say regarding what Madeleine said about transformation and using our built heritage, what we need to call upon now is more our heritage of traditional know-how in architecture. Because even if you work with biosourced materials or eco-sourced materials or deconstruction, very careful deconstruction, well, what we're missing today is the know-how of the past, everything we lost after the Industrial Revolution, and industrialists invented materials that were ready to use, ready to be laid. I mean, having 10 layers of different materials that were ready to use, well, this is something that was invented by the Industrial Revolution and very difficult to reuse. What we need today is traditional know-how, working with wood, stone, or metal. We need to have that specific traditional know-how to reuse materials. So I have the feeling that even with earth or even with straw, we're coming back to nature. We're coming back to nature and natural elements, and we're coming back to our traditional know-how that we need to revive, because they're lacking today. We have many contractors and many companies involved in the building trade that have lost this traditional know-how. I think it's important that we have them. We need them today, and we need them to give a second life to matter. Well, Vincent, I think that you not only give a second life to the materials you use, but to the people you work with. So what's the challenge for you? What we're talking about here is not only technical. It doesn't only relate to the construction trade per se. It's also human. And this is what seems essential to me. At a given point in time, we need to defend the fact that with the earth we have, or the earth we excavated, or with the straw that has been harvested 30 kilometers away, we can build a house. I think this rekindles all sorts of capabilities and make the whole thing more exciting. We're talking about conventional ways of building and not traditional ways of building, which are different, because this is a kind of a single-use thing. And it has disenchanted things. The reuse of things is a way of re-enchanting our daily lives and the world around us. It makes or it opens up new possibilities, new avenues. And this is certainly what we need. It's certainly what men and women need today, starting with the more needy. This is a very important topic. It's essential, and it's not exclusively technical. It's highly political. Political indeed, versatility, resilience, re-enchanting. This is a word that we haven't heard often. And being positive, this is important. Being positive today is important in our difficult times. So I'm going to give the last slot to Bruno, because he is the one who works with our youth. Of course, the training center has its part to play now. You're an examination session, and they have to produce something with insulation from the inside. It's important that they are able to lay panels with rice straw. So either you can raise awareness of the importance of using new materials. For the project that you students have to do to recondition or re-effect an electrical building at LUMA, this is what is going to help us raise awareness among our youth and raise awareness of their employers as a real opportunity. So I think it's a good thing. 2020 will have been a year that I think ends on a happy note, and I hope that all the projects we have in the pipeline for next year are going to be exciting for trainers and trainees. Yeah, our youth want a more sustainable future and more sustainable things. That includes buildings. And it's very exciting, I think. Yeah, they're really interested in anything local. I was quite surprised to hear that, and I wasn't expecting when I talked about rice straw. I mean, the fact that it's regional, they found terribly interesting when you talked about insulation with. It's millions and millions of cubic meters of insulation wool. Of course, glass wool is something that is not recycled, and of course, it's very difficult and not very ecological. Okay, well, fantastic concluding remarks. You said this is based on real societal changes and decisions. So let me tell you how happy we were to have all of you with us this afternoon. I think this brought up many things for us all. And I hope to be able to see you in person at the end of May 2021, in real life, IRL, and that we will be able to carry on exchanging our knowledge, our best practices, and all of that, which are important for us, and especially for the future of Arles. So thank you very much, Frédéric. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Valerie. And thank you, Madeleine. And thank you, all of you who followed our program. In conclusion, let me show you a book that we had our bookstore, off-print, our little bookstore, / independent publisher, has come out with a book called Le Mythe de la Pierre, the myth of stone. Stone is also geosourced with all the beauty that you can find in the region. So I can only recommend this book to you. I hope to see you all soon in Arles, and I thank very much everybody for following this session. I thank those on our team at LUMA, Diana, Florence, Yannick, and Diane, and everybody else at LUMA. I thank all of those who participated in the event into making a little CNN-like event at home. So thank you very much. See you soon.